the cauli. Chicken and the cauli.
Chicken, cauliflower, and...
I think that's it. We have rice and stuff here.
I can hear you.
Oh. They can hear me. Morning, guys. Just getting ready to switch our scene.
You forgot that it turns on right away, didn't you?
Hello. Hello, everyone. How are we? Thanks for the follows. Oh man, what a start to the day. Thank you, Brother Aaron, for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. JNap, as well as Dragon Love Water, welcome in, guys. And everyone else, good to see you again. Last stream of the weekend. Let's make it a good one. Hi, Twitch Stewie. Morning, morning, everyone. Yeah, the shrubbery is real. So welcome to the Canadian rainforest out here on the West Coast. Very, very green, especially this time of year. Everything is popping. And hi, that's the Sammy Man, aka Omdog in chat. That's my fiance. So any questions, feel free to ask him as well. So no cypress tree in the backyard. We have maple, alder, cedar. We don't have any oaks in the backyard, but oaks do grow here. And that's probably all you will be seeing in the backyard as far as trees. Hi, Zyland. Hi, hi. Cold rainforests fascinate you. Yes, yes. There's this one kind of nature documentary on Netflix, and they talk about the river in the sky, but this is for like the Amazon rainforest. I think it also applies here, is that like all of the water surrounding us on the island, like it builds up and then it just lets go at some points. Like this morning, it was completely sunny. All of a sudden just starts pouring rain. So you never know when it's gonna rain here. Sammy has our cauliflower. I think we'll do 2 heads because this is a very tasty salad for leftovers. So 2 heads of cauli, lots of salad. We have our chicken here that we're gonna marinate first thing. Yeah, a green Sam. He's rocking the first kind of rendition of our Cook with Kate merch. I think he got that last year already, but the hoodie is still kicking it. How's it going, Helquin? Guys, what did Brother Aaron do on stream today? All right, so we have just one recipe linked today. Really, really simple. So this one is for oven baked tandoori chicken, because I know that, well, not everyone has a charcoal grill or smoker at home to be able to cook their chicken that way. So let's keep it really versatile so we can all make this. But we will put our own spin today and try and keep this as authentic as possible. Cauliflowers were on sale this week. We got 2 heads for $5. I think that's a pretty reasonable price. And then that recipe is already posted in Discord as well, guys, if you want to go check on that any other time. So anyone in chat had tandoori chicken before, or are you familiar with East Indian cuisine and some dishes? Morning, Black TriStar. Brother Aaron did braised chicken and kombucha. Oh, nice. He's back on the bucha train. I still have to get on that. I know he really wants me to start that up. And I also want to start that because that's good for you, right? Hi, Greek. Good to see you. Yeah, why is cauliflower so expensive? You know what? This is what I think, Jen, is because it takes up quite a bit of space to grow. So that's why I don't grow cauliflower in my garden here. I don't have a ton of space. And like it takes up probably like this much space in a garden. So maybe that's why it costs so much, because I mean, you can't maximize all of your space, right? That's just a guess on my end. Josie, good to see you. Stewie, you like eating tandoori, so you're looking forward to learning more about it. Yep. We'll go over kind of the history of it, the origin of the dish, so that we can make it the most traditional as possible. And if you guys have any pointers, feel free to share them. We're always willing to learn here. You know what it is, and you cook using Indian spices, though you wouldn't say you cook Indian. Honestly, guys, I feel like, I can cook a lot of good things, but usually when I crave Indian food is we go out to eat it, right? Is for some reason it always tastes better when someone else makes it. But I find that as I keep practicing and learning more dishes is we are working towards the really nice, authentic flavors. That and mutton and bone marrow. Oh, sweet. That's your wife's specialty? You're sure I have this? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so tandoori chicken, a chicken dish prepared by roasting chicken, marinated in a yogurt and spice marinade. And then it's baked in a tandoor, which is a cylindrical clay oven. So we do not have that oven today. So I think the closest thing that we'll get is the grill as far as flavor goes. So this dish originated from the Indian subcontinent and is popular in many other parts of the world. Yeah, tandoori chicken is for sure something you'll find on basically every East Indian menu, right guys? I would say for the most part. I can't recall a menu I didn't see it on. And it does make sense to put it on a menu because it's pretty easy to prepare. Is you just marinate the chicken and you grill it. Quite an easy dish to make. It's so yum, I know. So one way to make it even better is if we were to marinate it overnight. So keep that in mind, guys. For the most part, any marinade will be better if you leave it overnight. Yeah, marinate it 24 hours. See, that's what Greek's saying. I'm sure your wife is saying that too. She's like, Kate, you didn't marinate it. Okay, so dishes similar to tandoori chicken may have existed during the Harappan civilization. So this was a Bronze Age civilization in the northwestern regions of South Asia, lasting from 3300 BCE, so long time ago. According to eminent archaeologist and vice chancellor of Deccan College, the earliest evidence for a dish similar to tandoori chicken can be found in the Harappan civilization, dates back to 3000 BC. So once again, we can kind of go back and think to how we originally started cooking food. And I think it was always like first meat being cooked over fire. So once again, any kind of grilled dish has far back dates with origin. Because meat and fire is so good, right? So this is caveman cooking of sorts. So his team found ancient ovens at the sites of the civilization, which are similar to tandoors, and they're used in the state of Punjab. Physical remains of chicken bones with char marks have also been unearthed. How cool is that? Crazy. So tandoori chicken as a dish originated in the Punjab before the independence of partition of India. In the late 1940s, tandoori chicken was popularized at Moti Mahal in the locality of Daryaganj. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm so sorry, by the way, if I'm not. So in the 1940s is when it started to become a popular dish called tandoori chicken. In the United States, tandoori chicken began appearing on menus by the 1960s. And Jacqueline Kennedy was reported to have eaten chicken tandoori on a flight from Rome to Bombay in 1962. How about that? Fun facts. Hi, Dolphin Mermaid. How are you? Yeah, basically this dish really old. Yeah, that's a good way to think of it as well, Dolphin, is because this is a dish with lots of spices and stuff. Back then, spices were so expensive. So this was also a dish made for like the deities and like the higher up classes. So our raw chicken will be marinated in a mixture of yogurt and tandoori masala, which is a spice blend. I believe the recipe I linked, we're kind of going to make our own tandoori blend today. But I have seen that you can buy a tandoori spice mix in the store. I think I have a little container. We might sneak a bit of that into there too. Might as well. So it's seasoned and colored with cayenne pepper, red chili powder, or Kashmiri red chili powder. So that's an East Indian chili powder. I don't know if I can find that here. Would love to look for it next time though, now that it's on my radar. And then as well as turmeric. I wouldn't put food coloring in just because I don't find it's necessary. I would let the spices color the food naturally. It says the skin is generally removed before the chicken is marinated and roasted, but I actually like how the skin like chars up, especially on the grill. So we're gonna leave the skin on. Also, the skin helps to keep the chicken more moist when we cook it. So do not take the skin off. I wouldn't recommend that. Turmeric is so good, and once again, it's good for you as well. It's supposed to help with digestion. It's easy to grow as well. I saw someone was looking for ginger rhizomes as well in the area. Someone's trying to grow ginger around here. That'd be cool. I'm making decisions on what I want to accumulate and start growing in my greenhouse. I don't have a ton of space, but I think I would like to start with citrus trees. It's like maybe a lemon and a clementine. We're able to grow those here.
Did she ever message you back?
The lemon tree lady?
Yeah.
She did. We can. Okay, tandoori chicken can be eaten as a starter or appetizer or even as a main course. And it can be served with flatbread. Today we're doing it with rice. And you could also serve it with a couple different curries as well. Why not? Always good. I mean, dipping your grilled chicken into a curry sauce, right? It's the best fruit tree. Oh, super cool. Yeah. I think I'll just start with lemon and then go from there. All right, let's check out our recipe. So once again, recipe command, exclamation mark recipe in chat. Let's see what Recipe Tin Eats says. This is an easy baked tandoori chicken recipe for everyone who happens to not have a tandoori oven sitting in the middle of our kitchen. Yay! Made with accessible ingredients from scratch, chicken is infused with flavor from a yogurt tandoori chicken marinade, baked until golden with little charred bits. It's finger licking good. And judging by the photo that she has there, that looks amazing. There's no denying that one of the reasons why we love tandoori chicken is the signature smoky char-grilled flavor that can only be achieved in a clay tandoor built to withhold fierce charcoal heat. Can we just take a second and think about the big green egg? Because pretty sure we actually do have 3 tandoori ovens sitting outside. A clay oven shaped in a cylinder. Indian food is your fave, Solid. Me too. Me too. Yeah, do it up. Yeah, basically we do have a tandoori oven. So for those of you who don't know what a big green egg is, I just need to switch this phone camera around for a sec outside, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Those guys. That's the one. So today we're going to be using the little guy right in the center there because we don't have a ton of chicken to cook. So that is the Mini Max Big Green Egg. So that's going to be our baby tandoori oven that we're going to cook our chicken in later. I am in. Awesome. Hello, welcome in, Brother Aaron. You just ate? Everything is going good. We're kind of just going over the plan for the day because we seriously just started. Hi, Shin. Thanks, Em. Yeah, hopefully when all of this is over, we can have you guys over for like a good cook. We'll get them all three of them fired up. How about that? Okay, so our first step for the day is to get our chicken marinating. The longer the better. Remember, overnight if you can. But I think we're going to fast track this chicken marinade today by using a vacuum sealer. So I have a little food saver. We will suck as much air out as possible so that the marinade can completely cover the chicken. And this basically cuts the marinade time in half, I would say, when you vacuum seal it. Yeah, Greek, when they do naan and like, so I have been in restaurants where they have the tandoor in the kitchen. It was like an open kitchen. You can see them slap the bread onto the inside. So much fun. You gotta not be afraid of fire, that's for sure. Yeah, I pulled this out of the freezer. So it looks like we have a breast and back attached. We have a couple thighs and some wings to cook. So a little bit of a mixed bag, if you will. Yeah, no chicken butchery today either. Sorry, guys. But Sundays, I like to keep things pretty simple and pretty quick because we've already spent 10 hours together the last 2 days. I don't want to take up all your guys' time. All right, scrolling down to our ingredients for the marinade here. So we will just start to get all of our ingredients out. All we have to do is mix everything together in a bowl and then pour it over the chicken. So yogurt, it says 1.5 cups of plain yogurt. Full fat is best, and the yogurt is what is going to make the chicken really tender and juicy, is it'll help to kind of break down the proteins. As well as the lemon juice, but I think the yogurt really, really helps to keep it juicy and moist. So that is the base of a tandoori marinade, very important. Got my organic, grass-fed yogurt. Let's do this. Is there any lasagna left? Yes. We only had did we have 2 pieces or 3? We had 3 pieces out of it.
I had 2 pieces.
Yeah. So there is more than half left.
5
Sam's like, I'm so happy you made a big pan because it's so good I'm not sharing with anyone. Daff, you made lasagna last night. Why is it sad face though? What happened? Okay, grabbing lemons because we always want fresh lemon juice. We got ginger, I think garlic as well. So lemon, ginger, garlic. Anything else from the fridge? No. So that is it from there. And then just a bunch of spices. Oh, it was supposed to be a happy face, Staff. Okay, that's good. I was like, what happened? It was good. Your wife was in heaven. Perfect. Your mouth is already watering. Okay, we got all our fresh ingredients, so we need some kind of oil. I always like to use nice high heat vegetable oil, especially if we're grilling. So my go-to is grapeseed. Now our spices. So garam masala spice mix. They do call for Kashmiri chili powder, but she does give 2 options to substitute. So either smoked paprika, I think that's it. Oh, and she gives you the optional food coloring. Don't do that. So if you don't have the Kashmiri chili powder, go with either plain paprika or smoked would be better, especially if you're not grilling it. Yay! Drinking. You're helping me finish my coffee. Cheers, guys. Hope you're having a good morning or day so far. Wife said don't change a thing ever. Nice. Yeah, you can't go wrong with that. Usually it is red, but sometimes it can come out a different color. Oh, okay. And then, like I said, pretty sure I have, yeah, I have this little container that I kept. So I bought like a bag of the Tandoori spice mix. We'll sneak a bit of this in. Maybe I'll just switch that out for the Kashmiri chili powder. We're making that call because once again, recipe is a guideline, especially in these times when a lot of ingredients are not available. Like I felt so proud the other day when I was in the store and I found a bag of cumin spice whole. I've been looking for that for 3 weeks already. I was like, I'm gonna run out of cumin before I find any. I was getting worried. Garam masala. Daph, you used a meat sauce, parm, and matzah, and you did homemade noodles. That actually sounds perfect. So did you opt for not putting any cheese kind of in the middle then? We also need the turmeric, cumin, coriander as well. There's my turmeric. Lots of different spices. That's what makes it taste so good though. And I think we might blend up the spices in the blender first. Aren't we missing hockey? I'm gonna say no. That's a no from me, dog. Okay, I have like the largest bag of coriander. This was actually from when we worked at the brewery still. Don't ask. Let it be known though that we will not be running out of coriander. Yeah, anyone in Souk need coriander, we got it. Morning Cookie, how are you? You did 2 layers, Daph, and topped it. Nude sauce, cheese, nude sauce, cheese, nude sauce, cheese. Oh man. I'm sure it was perfect. Okay, so I like to, voice bubble, excuse me. I like to buy all of my spices, or most of my spices if I can, whole. And then I only blend them up whenever I need to use them. So I only do a little bit at a time, and that way we keep it as fresh as possible. No beige, your wife doesn't like beige on lasagna. Yeah, I think it's so good without as well. So that's what we're gonna do. And then before we even blend up our spices, one more pro tip is to toast it first and you'll get a better flavor. So just in a dry pan. Just kind of cover the bottom. So that was about half of the container. And then I'm just going to put that onto the stovetop on a medium heat. And then this will take about 5 minutes, I would say. And then you'll start to smell the coriander as it starts to toast. And then it will start to smoke a little bit as it gets hot. And that's when we know to take it off. I like to blitz up my spices in like a dry blender container, but spice grinder works just as good. So just keep your eye on that on the back burner while we prep the rest of our marinade up. Hey Mickey, things are good here. Yeah, things are shaping up actually out here on the West Coast in Canada. We've been doing like really good as far as the pandemic goes, and a little bit less fear these days. We see the light at the end of the tunnel. How have you been doing? You're still locked up inside or what? Okay, last thing we need is just some salt. Take this chicken out of here for now. And it says just to mix everything up in a bowl. So I'll be using my garlic press for the garlic. We'll mince it up. You're getting there. You're still all locked up until June, yeah. Well, I think it's for the best though, right? It's for the best. Let's start with our yogurt and then we can get this big thing out of here. We need 1.5 cups of yogurt. Just gonna give our coriander a swirl back here. It's getting all your jobs down in the house, yeah. Oh, I know Greek, for sure. Government, or the governor of Oregon said stay put in its place till mid-July. Totally, guys. As long as we keep doing what we're doing, we're good. Okay, 1.5 cups of yogurt. Definitely need enough so it can fully coat the chicken. And I'm gonna pop that right back into the fridge. Giving this another stir. Just starting to smell it, so you know we're getting close here. All right, 2 teaspoons of ginger grated and 5 garlic cloves minced. Some people in Vancouver don't give an F about it. Oh yeah, I think it's like that everywhere. You'll get those people. And just let them do their thing, really. Gonna slice a chunk off like that. Such a nice ginger root.
I'm so happy I picked that up.
Then I'll peel that and I'll just put it on the microplane. Nice fine grater. That's the one. Just looking after our spices back here still. Because there is a point where you can over toast it and then the spice is just gonna be burnt and bitter. Not what we're going for. So when we're peeling our skin off the ginger, I just like to use the back of a spoon or a paring knife Just run it along the outside. That way we don't waste the ginger. You got invited to a party last night? Wow. Yeah, there's definitely some people that just don't care. You're like, no thanks. Full on gatherings on the beach. You're opening up in Texas as well. What?
What if you cut that under nuts and try to use the garlic press?
It does work, Sam, the garlic press with the ginger, but it's really hard to get the hairs out after. So I wouldn't do it unless you really have to.
Okay.
You've never seen a ginger so beautiful? I know. It's actually such a nice one. So much juice. You'll see as soon as I start grating it. Okay, these spices are done. Just want to show you guys, they don't really change too much in color, but like as I toss this, there's a little bit of smoke. That's usually my sign. Just gonna set that aside for a sec. And then this is my dry container for my blender. So it processes the liquid, or it processes the ingredients a little bit different than like a wet container. So it kind of like sucks and then pushes the spices up so it doesn't compact it. Really cool thing. So I always just put it in there, but I let it cool off a little bit before I blend it. Otherwise it can get steamy and then your stuff will get a bit wet. So for sure take it out of the hot pan. Now we'll just let that cool off while we prep the rest of this. Ginger and yogurt. Hey, Dentity. Yep, doing up our tandoori chicken marinade. Scaramouche. Yeah, I have seen a ginger more beautiful than that, but it'll be illegal to cook her. Love it. Okay, get all that good stuff off. Look it, so that's all what we grated, nice and fine. So I usually just give that a tap. You can see all the ginger juice already. And so that's why we use a microplane, because you can see the ginger hairs. We don't want that in our marinade because it doesn't really cook up or anything. It's just weird in your mouth, like it feels like hair in between your teeth. So that's why we grate it, so we get away from that. And then I always rinse those right away too, because they like to stick in there. Next up, our garlic. So 5 garlic cloves. Everything is looking delicious as usual. You have one of the zesters, but you never thought of using it to zest ginger. You've always grated on a tiny garlic grater. Yeah, the microplane works really good for ginger. Because like I said, it kind of takes all those hairs out. I think that's actually enough. So I always like to smash my garlic cloves. It makes it easier to peel. Such good smells right now, and even better smells later on when we go to grill this. Because as soon as this stuff hits the heat, so fragrant. Yeah, a microplane. Microplane. It is linked also in my Amazon Blacksmith. So that's an extension I have over the stream. So if you hover over, I think it's the top right corner, little Amazon thing appears. It's listed under my kitchen equipment. What are they, like $12 or something?
22 bucks.
Oh, wow.
Basically any color though.
Yeah, so many different colors. What's everyone else cooking up today? It's Sunday. Usually some bigger meals are made. Mickey, did you guys do a Sunday roast today or something in the UK?
Yay! Chicken piccata.
Thank you, Sammy, for the 100 biddies. That's going towards a new cast iron trivet. I'm so prepared. I honestly try to be. And it's like, well, I have this like responsibility that I have to be prepared for you guys. Because after 2 years of doing this, it's like, if I'm not prepared, what have I been doing? I got you. And yeah, Sammy's got you too. He's really good at that stuff. Chicken piccata. Have never made that one. Is that where it's like breaded and stuff and then you have capers and stuff with it? Is that right? I think Vune usually does that with veal. I think that's why I remember that dish. This is gonna be so good and garlicky, which is awesome once again on the grill. Get all the goods out of there. We don't want to waste any of that. Yeah, lemon, butter, capers, white wine, often done with veal or chicken. Maybe another one I should put on the list, hey? Kebabs, nice. Yeah, hopefully this weather shapes up for us to grill later. It's sunny and then it's rainy, and then it's sunny and then it's rainy. Cookie. Oh, Kate, you want to make that one? Here you go. Thanks, Cookie, for the 50,000 point channel meal request. You're getting a coffee, can't open your eyes this morning. I'm almost done mine, and yeah, I think I am fully caffeinated. I'm feeling good. You're not planning much today, Dragon, mostly because you cooked some crazy stuff Thursday, Friday. What kind of crazy stuff? Ice, you just got the pot roast going, slept in a bit too late. Guess you'll just need a glass of wine before dinner then, hey? Okay, caffeination complete. All right, I think we'll get into our citrus next. So we need 1.5 tablespoons of lemon juice. You're starting your Christmas list early, yeah, Josie. First thing, microplane. That is a very juicy lemon. So we are just going to do that 1/2. What is he doing? I actually did not see what he did. Colin Jock, you baked some banana bread this morning. You're having chicken fried rice with the stream. Yes. What did you do, Greek? Grandma passed down a cast iron skillet and you're like, this is dirty, let's wash it. This is a good idea. Way to go, Greek. Yeah, now you messed up all the flavor. No, you didn't. You're fine. You'll be okay. You can always save a cast iron. That's the awesome part. Literally a whole pig's head. Did you roast it? Oh, that is just something else kind of dish.
Roast pig face?
Yeah, roast pig face. You guys, don't knock me until you try it. Fresh spring rolls with the assistance of your little niece. Cute. Mickey made apple crumble. You guys. Yeah, Jen, pig face. I'm sorry to all the vegans. Yeah, we had it, Jen, at Campagnolo in Vancouver, up in East Van. They did like a pop-up one time there. And one of the dishes was a whole roasted pig head. Okay, we have all our fresh ingredients in here now. So let's start mixing up our tandoori spice mix. So we need 3 teaspoons of garam masala. Roast pig is, yeah, seriously, so good. Lamb chops and veggies, Josie. Nice. 1, 2, 3. I don't think it's like the seal on the cast iron that gives the flavor, Greek. I don't think you washed away the flavor. I think you're okay. It's just you washed away the non-stick aspect of it, possibly. You know that place, Jen? You remember eating a pig ear at a pig roast one time, but never the face. That's so awesome that, okay guys, a vegan can talk about eating a pig ear. Yes. Those are the vegans we like. Okay, next spice. So the Kashmiri chili powder, remember if we have to substitute that, either regular paprika or if you can smoked is the best option there. I'm gonna switch it out because I do have a bit of a tandoori spice mix here, so I'm gonna do that instead. Yes, the pig cheeks are so good, Buff. Yeah, it was a pop-up dinner where you were just kind of sitting with all sorts of people that you met just that night. And yeah, the dish was a whole pig's face, sat right in front of you, middle of the table, and we all just kind of like picked apart at it. Really fun. Because, well, sharing food together is super important. So 1.5 tablespoons of the chili powder. Usually it works, some days it doesn't, but this is why I got these little things. They're so handy. Hey Taz, just scoop it back up. Don't worry guys, that's our other 1/2 tablespoon right here. So handy in the kitchen, not just for baking, right? Okay, next up, a teaspoon of turmeric. So this will give us a nice like yellow color. And it's good for you. You know what though, Greek, is we wash our cast irons all the time with soap and water. You just have to be really diligent about sealing it up afterwards. So when it's wet, always make sure to dry it thoroughly. So the way that we do it, just turn on the oven, quick little heat up to 350. When the oven beeps, turn it off. Your cast irons will dry out. Good to go. If you have to, do a little paper towel and oil, swirl around in the pan, and you should be good. Hi, Torino. How are you? Yeah, I dropped some, mate. What happened there? 2 teaspoons of cumin. This is gonna be hard to stir in the bowl. I always do this to myself. Always. Audio sounds crisp. I am so happy to hear that, man. Thank you for telling me that. Because yeah, we've been fooling around with it for the last couple days. You're dehydrating garlic. Yeah, I bet the smell in your place is unreal.
Can I see the pasta recipe, please?
Yes. Don't say cast iron and soap yet. You will summon Jason Sipe. Solid, you actually should make this. It's so easy and so delicious. Okay, now, finally at our step of blending up our fresh coriander powder. So we toasted our whole coriander seeds. Now we're going to make it into a powder. Pop that on to low. Let it start up. What mic do I use again? It is a Sennheiser SKXSW. And then we have a Focusrite amp and Go XLR mixer. That's all the things that I have for my audio.
The Focusrite doesn't even touch yours anymore. It's just
What?
Go XLR.
Oh, okay. So it's all Sennheiser then.
And the Go XLR.
Yep, I found that for like anything audio stream related is it just pays off to buy something of quality. Okay, I'm gonna turn this up, so watch your eardrums if you're wearing a headset. Let us see what we got. Yeah. Pro tip, do not just stick your face over this when you go to open it because it's gonna like spice bomb you. I think we can go a bit more though. You can see that it's not fully broken down, so give it a good tap. It definitely smells nice and toasted. It's like very nutty. So a bit more. Yeah, Jason Sipe, just a quick check-in. A coffee grinder is awesome for this. So yeah, this is what I use. Coffee grinders are awesome for grinding spices at home. Do not go out and buy like a $60 appliance that is called a spice grinder. I find that those break. Go for like the $15 little coffee grinder. Way better. Yeah, there you go, Trino. 20 bucks. That's really all you have to spend. think we're good. Yeah, that killed me. Jason, too good. There we go. Yeah, you do need just a dedicated coffee grinder for your spices. Keep your coffee grinder and your spice grinder separate. Unless your Nate Shot looks for a $200 plus coffee grinder so he can make coffee. Wow. Yeah, I know. We should be making a curry along with this, hey? Well, you're the man, Taz. It's like, we'll leave the curry to you. I'm sure you'll come up with something awesome. Okay, 2.5 teaspoons of coriander powder. I'm just gonna round it up. Let's just go 1 tablespoon. Yeah, I didn't add the coriander in yet. Okay, now I have my little bit extra, so I always keep 2 little sets. I have my whole stuff and then my ground stuff that I just do a little bit up at a time. Should be a teaspoon or 2 in a curry. Yep. And we just fill it back up. Done. Just put that aside. And then I do always wash that with soap and water. Otherwise it will kind of hold on to that aroma of whatever you blend in there. Okay, last thing is some salt. That's it. Your wife could make a mean curry with all this. Yeah, I think we actually need more than a teaspoon of salt in here. Probably go at least 2 of those spoonfuls. And then we'll start seasoning the chicken as it marinates, and then we can always add more on top after, but we cannot take it out. Okay, let's carefully mix this up. We've already put enough stuff onto the cutting board this morning. But the spices should mix into the yogurt pretty easily. And I think it is very smart to use fresh garlic and ginger in this rather than powdered. Was it red chili powder or paprika? It was actually neither. I was able to, once upon a time, find like a tandoori spice mix somewhere in Vancouver where we were at a market. So that's what I snuck in instead of the Kashmiri chili powder. So I snuck that one in instead. But if you don't have that either, paprika is your go-to. Okay, that looks evenly mixed to me. So I'm going to get my food saver out right now. We'll make up a bag, get the chicken into there, and that way we can fast track our marinade. Ginger powder, yeah, is almost useless, right? That's how I feel too. I don't even have it in the house. Do you just make a ginger and garlic paste, Taz? Just keep it in a jar in the fridge or what? Queen of OX. Someone give you a tip. If you take a stale piece of bread and grind and then wipe it out well with a damp towel, it helps clean the coffee grinder. Oh, thank you for sharing that. That's actually super helpful. Is it okay to freeze ground ginger to use next time? Yes, yeah, listen to Sammy, 100%. It's actually really easy to grate frozen ginger as well. So if you find that your fresh ginger is always going bad in the fridge, freeze the whole nub like that. And then you can still use the microplane and it will grate no problem on there. Just kind of gauging how much of bag I need here. Something like that looks good. You've not made one yet, but you're thinking of making a massive portion. Yes. Yeah, if you use it a lot, why not? Okay, so I always like to fold over the top edge of my vacuum sealing bag so we don't get it dirty. That will help the bag to seal up. We don't want to get it wet. And then just come in with our chicken. So that's one thigh. I actually don't really know what's in here. 2 thigh. 3 thighs, and this one got a little bit bruised. Good thing that we are marinating it. And 4, super small. And then we have this chicken breast and back attached. Mixed grill, that's what I'm gonna call it. Mixed tandoori grill. I'm in. Okay, now all we gotta do, pour our marinade over that, give it a little massage, and then seal it up. And then we'll say see you later for probably a couple hours by the time we get everything else done. Washing up my hands. Touching the raw chicken, we do not want to cross-contaminate that anywhere. It's usually cheaper to do that rather than buying it pre-made. Yeah, and I would say like the pre-made garlic and ginger paste at the store, probably not as good for sure as doing it yourself. They kind of put some weird preservatives in usually. You're saying this is gonna be like a more yellow version of the tandoor? So that's all I'm doing, guys, just holding the top of the bag and then trying to mix the chicken pieces around in the marinade. Just a bit before we seal it up. Smells so good already, though. Okay. Now, we want one nice even layer of the chicken, so kind of spread it all out. And then we'll come up here. I don't want the liquid to go through, so I just stop sealing it at that point. No messy bags. Boom. Turn that guy off. Take her away. Marinated chicken. And this thing is so wonderful if you are someone with like a bigger family, or you like to buy larger portions of meat and then freeze them. That food saver, I mean, you will never have freezer burnt stuff again. So let's flip this over and then just spread it out, give it a nice kind of massage. I think it does kind of help the marinade get into there. Okay, that's gonna go into the fridge, guys. Yeah, food saver. I think they're under $200 and they are so good. We got that food saver from Costco. All right, I'm gonna put some of our spices away. And then we're actually going to kind of switch. What we're doing right now is I've been asked by our friend Zach to make him and his girlfriend some English muffins for them to eat during the week. So we're gonna mix up the English muffin dough together today, because we didn't do that last time. So I think it's really handy knowing how a dough should look when it's mixed up. So I thought we would share that together today. And then after that, we can get into our cauliflower salad, and then the rice, and then we can cook the chicken. So everything should fall into place. Christmas list, do you put in the oven to dehydrate? Oh yeah, Jen, did we figure out what the noise was from the last stream? We did, yeah, we fixed it. Can you tell? It didn't take us long. We did add a couple of like newer things on to our audio when we set up the mixer, so it had a noise gate is what it's called. So it kind of blocks out some background noises. But what was happening yesterday is I had the hood fan going, I had sizzling in the pot, and I was talking, and the mic's like, do I cut stuff out? Do I listen to Kate's voice? What do I do? So it was just getting confused. So we just took that off and we're fine. If I still have some matzah, I could use it in grilled cheese. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I was like, I don't have any matzah left. Whatever idea you have, I can't do it. Okay, we get to play around with the mixer again today, because I know you guys just like watching this anyways. It's pretty mesmerizing. Did the mic pick up Posh farting? Of course it did. Hold you. Dog farts are the worst. Put the leftover lasagna to replace the cheese in a grilled cheese? What? Things that come out of your guys' keyboards sometimes? Insane. Okay, just getting this recipe for these muffins. I'll share it with you guys. That's a carb overload. Yeah, seriously, I would pass out. There we go. Yeah, pasta sandwiches. The heck? Okay, so it says make your own English muffins. Why not? Well, it takes a bit of time to slowly dry fry these in order to give them their signature crisp crust and moist interior. The process isn't difficult. It really isn't. You can go back, what, a couple weeks ago now, this is what we did on our front page stream, is we made our own English muffins. So we're mixing the dough today, but if you want to see how they are formed and then baked, go back to that VOD. It was when we made the Eggs Benedict. Mezzi Godo, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Pasta Witch, the wave of the future. So this recipe is awesome. I have made it more than a handful of times. 207 reviews, 5 stars, almost 90,000 shares. It's a good one. So as always with mixing up any type of bread dough is we always start by activating our yeast first. And then we add the rest of our ingredients to that. So let's set up our mixer. So some of you may have been in the stream yesterday. You saw our plastic bowl that goes onto this. So this metal bowl is for like all types of bread doughs. And then this is the dough hook that I'm putting on here. And then it has a awesome spatula to keep cleaning the side of the bowl. Yeah, I have yeast. I know. Surprising, right? The funny thing is, Daph, is, well, before the pandemic even happened, is I bought this like huge container of yeast from the store. I was like, I think I'll go through it. Not even knowing that there would be this shortage later on. I'm hoping that it will focus up for us once we start putting stuff in there. Usually it does. Okay, and all King Arthur recipes are measured out. You have the choice whether you want to do cups, but I like to do it measuring it in grams. Will always have the most accurate and consistent end result. It just doesn't fit there. My scale for you guys. And instead of water, this recipe uses milk, and it also has butter in it and 1 egg. So this is a rich dough, which means it's gonna be super fluffy and soft. We are not making naan today. No, we opted for no naan because I will be busy later on today baking these up for my friend. So that's kind of like my second little job of the day. Can you use yeast to make more yeast? I don't know. Dragon Love Water says you can. Cool. Yeah, American measurements always confuse me. Okay, so let's start with our milk. It needs to be lukewarm in order to bloom our yeast. So somewhere around 95 degrees Fahrenheit. And we need 400 grams of milk. This recipe makes 12 medium-sized English muffins. Sammy, may I? You got no more milk in here. And then to that, we can add our yeast. So they actually use an instant yeast, where I think I'm gonna do the same because I know I have a bit left of that. But I don't typically like to use an instant yeast. I find that it has like hit or miss results. So this is what I traditionally use. Just Fleischmann's traditional active dry yeast, but this is what they're calling for. So instant is like the quick rise stuff. So we'll use up that. And then you can see, thank you very much, the difference as well.
I didn't know if we had more.
Oh, yeah, thanks for eating cereal this morning, Sam. So those ones are really round, and then these are like really, really small. So that's the difference.
Hashtag blame Sammy.
Yeah, blame Sammy. Hey, Admiral, how's it going?
Are you doing a double or just single?
I'm just doing a single. 1 dozen English muffins. Good for like breakfast sandwich size. You can fry up an egg and put it on there, no problem. So measure out our 400 grams of milk. And then I'm just gonna pop that into the microwave to warm it up a bit. You could use a pot if you wanted to on the stove top, but I don't want to make any more dishes then. We're already going to be making. So I do 30-second increments. I'll grab our butter out while we're over here and the egg. Let's see. Usually we have to give it a stir and then let it go a bit longer. Yep. So another 30 seconds and then we're good. So you start a colony of yeast in a jar and you keep feeding it and then using some, kind of like kombucha. Very cool, guys. Super cool. Perfect. This COVID has made it difficult to get a delivery. Yeah, we don't have anything where we are. It just like does not exist, as we're such a small town. So let's start by pouring our milk, nice lukewarm, into our mixing bowl, and then we add our instant yeast to that. So 2 teaspoons worth. And then it'll start to wake up. The time is now, yeast. This is your moment. And then I just give that a little stir around. Woohoo! And now we can start to measure out the rest of our ingredients. So we still need flour, sugar, and salt. Yeah, you're not sure how you would use that yeast in the recipes though. That's fair enough, but you have heard of it. Hey, even just hearing about things, that's really cool. So the sugar in dough recipes is for helping to feed the yeast. So it'll make it more active and it will proof the bread faster. So if you're someone that likes to proof your bread like overnight in the fridge, you can use less sugar in your recipe. So that's what I usually do, is cut it in half if I'm going to proof overnight in the fridge. But today I want to get this done in the same day. So for sure within like 6 hours, start to finish. So this will probably proof in the fridge for a couple hours so I can cut back a bit of the sugar, but not all of it. And our amount of sugar to feed the yeast, so they use 2 tablespoons. I'll go like tablespoon and 3/4. Put the sugar in. Yeah, the yeast is hungry, but I don't want to eat all the sugar. That's the thing. We don't need all of that. It's totally possible to make bread without it. Just using the natural sugar from the flour. So there's that. We can feed our yeast as well. Now our flour. $539 grams of all-purpose flour, or you could use bread flour as well. $539. Boom. Good with that. Give this one more stir. But it should look like your yeast is starting to dissolve into the milk, as it's kind of absorbed some of that. So that's what we're looking for before we add our flour. We're good to go though. And pour that all in. And then we will beat our egg before we add it. 1 large chicken egg. Oh, get back in there. And beating the egg first will just help it mix in more evenly with the dough. So mixing up the yolk and white all together. These yolks are so custardy. Okay, there's that. As far as butter goes, we want it to be softened to room temperature as well because it needs to emulsify in with the flour. So that will be a chef mic thing as well. So the microwave, just a quick couple seconds to soften that up if you don't keep your butter out on the counter, which we don't. So 43 grams of that. And then we'll add the butter and the egg together and then start mixing. And then the last thing to add is the salt, and that's it. Yeah, I call my microwave Chef Mike, Jen. Pro chef. Bit more. Don't necessarily want to melt the butter, just soften it. Yeah, we have really nice eggs here where we're at. Okay, dump that in. and our egg. And now we can start mixing. And this usually takes around 7 minutes to get a proper mix on this dough. Once this starts to look tacky, we can add in our salt. So 1.5 teaspoons of salt. Very important, do not leave that out, otherwise your bread will taste bland. That's a fact. So as soon as I start to see the flour absorb the liquid, I add the salt. And that is everything we need. Dunzo. This mixer is the opposite of all the mixers you've ever seen. Yes, yeah, it is a Swedish brand. It's called Enkarsrum, and I absolutely adore it compared to any KitchenAid I've ever used. So there's the link there in chat if you want to check it out. The only issue for most people is the price tag on this thing, and we were so fortunate to get like a nice deal on it through one of our restaurant supply guys when we were still living in Vancouver. Okay, we can turn this up a bit once it starts to look like it's mixing up. There you go. There we go. And while it's mixing, we can put away all the ingredients that we took out. We don't need anything else. Yeah, a lot of people have actually put in this thing on their wish list since they've seen us use it. It's goals for sure, and I'll just say that you will not be disappointed. Yeah, you got your handy dandy arm for now. Nothing wrong with that. Your human powered mixer. And there's a lot of times on stream where I'll use my own human power for mixing as well. Nothing wrong with that. Gonna be right back, guys. I'm back. Oh, it's sneaking up the dough hook, I see. What are you doing up there? Just scrape it back down. This is such an awesome part of the mixer as we can scrape as it keeps mixing. Oh yeah. Keep everything clean. One way I like to come in and check how our gluten is developing is I just kind of switch this spatula over here, and then we can check on the gluten strands as they wrap around. So it definitely has a little ways to go still. It's so shiny, Jaws, yeah. What happened to the sound? I just muted my mic. I had a little bathroom break. The coffee got me already. Okay, we can do it again. Whoa, saw that? That's good. That's what we're looking for. Is if we can stretch the dough to a point where we can see through it and it doesn't tear. Perfect. Lilia, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, if you have a headset, you'll notice right away when I mute my mic, right? It's like, what happened? Woohoo! I think we're almost there. It's looking so good. I'll show you guys the window test. I think we need a little bit longer. So I'll do one more scrape. Definitely a very soft and supple dough. And this, I think, is one of the most important steps, is knowing how long to mix your dough. Because if we don't mix it long enough, then our bread is not going to hold its shape when we go to bake it. So we need to strengthen our gluten, and then we let it rest. So we beat it up and then we let it rest. We're building the strength up. Just going to shut that off. Now it's going to be pretty sticky. Just try and cut a little piece out. I don't have to bung up my hand too much. Oh, actually, just looking at this it's not holding just yet for me to be able to stretch it by seeing through, so we can go a bit longer. Don't want to rush it. While we're waiting, I'm just getting our salad recipe ready for chat. You just had a piece of lemon meringue pie. I need to make that, yeah. There are so many things that I need to make. Just updating our recipe command. Get that salad onto there as well. Another Bon Appetit recipe. Love it. Okay, should be good. Oh, I went too soon. It got overwhelmed. Okay, let's test our gluten again. How is it stretching? Oh, it's getting there. Welcome in, Scouts. How's the day? I think also testing it this way helps to build it up. Did you see that web that we just got? So that's how I know when we're getting close. Stretchy old gluten. Yep. Yeah, that is looking really good to me. Just turn that down. Final little scrape of the outside to get a somewhat of a dough ball. Turn that off. Safety first, we'll unplug it. The sun is starting to come out and it feels good. Maybe Sammy and I will go for a little walk later if it stays nice. Fresh air, always good. Okay, let's scrape all this stuff off. Usually start with this guy. You're gonna try to convince your parents to order Indian food? Good luck. I wish you the best luck. Indian food is a great thing to order in. It holds really well. Doesn't really lose quality as it sits for a bit. You love yourself a good tikka masala, hey? I don't think I've ever had an Indian dish I didn't like. This dough is so nice and stretchy. So later on when I go to bake this, it'll take me about half an hour to bake those up. Sorry for that noise. Rodrigo, welcome in. How are you? Okay, scrape everything together. And see how sticky this dough is. And this is called the bulk proofing stage. So when we proof it in one dough ball, that's the bulk proof. That's always the first step of making like any type of bread.
Nice ball of dough.
Really nice ball of dough. And now I like to keep it airtight, so I always just put a piece of plastic wrap over top so I can also see through as it's rising up. And then if we were to keep working on this, so we can get it done within 3 hours, start to finish. So I would let this sit out for an hour at room temperature for it to proof. And then we would ball it up and get ready to bake them. But I always like to create just a bit more structure. I don't know what happened there on my stream deck. A bit more structure and flavor in my dough. So I go with a longer rise for a little bit of time in the fridge. And that's how we can also use a touch less sugar. So it's a bit healthier that way. So what is it? It is 1 p.m. now. I'll be leaving this in the fridge. I think I'll do 2 or 3 hours. So at 4 p.m. I'll take this out, but we'll be done stream by then already for sure. I am doing good. Oh, you like gluten, but it doesn't like you. That's the case for a lot of people. And then sometimes I will say is some people are actually sensitive to the type of yeast in the dough, and it's not actually from the wheat. Yeah, Josie will be long gone. She'll be sleeping. So muting the mic. Gonna go pop this in the other fridge. I don't have room in here. I will be right back. And then we're gonna get into our cauliflower salad. Then we'll give our chicken a little massage, work on our rice, and we're almost there, friends. Hola, I'm back. Okay, try this command one more time, because that's where our salad recipe is. There we go. So the second link there. So some of you will remember a couple weeks back when we made this salad. Absolutely delicious. Sam and I loved it. We love broccoli. We love like all sorts of brassicas. We're always trying to eat some sort of veggie with our meals. And I thought, well, if it's good with broccoli, it's probably great with cauliflower too. So we're gonna do cauliflower today instead of broccoli. And I'm going to switch out the pistachios for cashews, which is a more popular nut in East Indian cuisine. But we will keep the dates. And maybe we'll spice it up a bit with some red chili in there. But this is a super simple salad to make. All you do is chop up your vegetables for it, your seeds and nuts. And then it has a warm sort of vinaigrette that's really fun to make. And then when we make a warm vinaigrette to pour over vegetables, is the vegetables actually soak it up more with that little bit of heat. So it kind of like shocks them and they're like, oh, what's this? Very delicious. But I do like to serve it cold still. So we pour the warm vinaigrette over it and then we popped it in the fridge for about an hour. And then we did notice it did get better in flavor once it sat. But we did not let it sit overnight. It did not last that long. So we mixed up a good 6 portions and we ate them all in one day. So that's how good this is. That says something, right? So let's get a big bowl out for mixing this up, and we'll start by cutting up our cauliflower. I'll show you guys how to do that really easily. Did anyone try out the broccoli spoon salad recipe yet? I know there was a couple people that were like, I want to make this week. So I would love to hear what you guys thought of it. I'm going all the way in. Not the nicest cauliflower, that's why we're using it up. But you cannot go wrong when they're priced 2 for $5. To me, that's a steal. Because usually they're $5 each.
One's really bad.
Yeah, I know.
That one's pretty nice, just so small.
Yeah, this one's already been in the fridge for a week. That's why we gotta trim a bit of stuff off of it. But even then, it lasted quite well. Considering. Actually, so let's just come down along the side of the stem here with our paring knife. Just take some of these leaves off because it's really hard to see where we need to cut. There we go. So that's all cleaned up. It's a little tree, basically what it is. Cauliflower is expensive in Canada, yes. Why? What do you pay, Josie? Yeah, enlighten me. I always like knowing what you guys pay from different regions. Okay, you can use that if you want. Okay. At some points in the year, well, Sam and I don't pay this, but people pay like $7 for a little head of cauliflower like this.
We wait.
Yeah, we just wait instead. It's like, I don't need this in my life that badly.
This one has to be shared. It's too good.
Sammy's just peeling this orange. It smells so good. And he just informed me that he had to share it with me because it's so tasty.
It's what you described as your drink. Your can of orange pop.
Oh, nice.
That's what that tastes like. If only it had carbonation. Wow,
$2 US there. Okay, so our 2 for $5 price. Not too far off that then. But I guess going with the currency exchange is Canada's dollar is terrible right now. So yeah, we're paying more for everything. You cook the leaves too, yeah. So Vune asked the other weekend what to do with cauliflower leaves. So you can treat it the same way, chop them up. It's just like eating the cauliflower, but it's just like leafy. Kind of treat it like a green. So spinach, kale, etc., something like that. Oh man, at an Aldi. I used to shop, well, I did shop there when I was like backpacking through Europe. Yay for Aldi. Okay, this one definitely needs to get cleaned up a bit. So just use your paring knife. Clean off any brown bits. Something's happening up here. Clean it up. Okay, that looks good. Pretend that you are eating a tree. You guys just got an Aldi recently and it's amazing. Yeah, I always liked shopping there when I was in Europe. Really good store and not really expensive either. Okay, so for this salad, we like to chop our vegetables a bit smaller because the more surface area we create for the vegetable to soak up the vinaigrette, well, the more flavor we're gonna get throughout the salad, right? The leaves are like nice and sweet, hey Josie? And these are just things that no one is taught, is like, to everyone else, that's just unusable and it's waste, right? But for the most part, you can eat the whole plant. Lord Egilmiz, how are you? Their store brand gluten-free stuff is good. Nice. Okay, let's check out this orange Sammy gave us. It looks really juicy. Mmm. It is like an orange pop, but without carbonation.
I had to share it with you.
Yeah, thank you. Mmm. Second piece was even better. Things are good here. Thanks for asking. Fruit is so good. Yum. Okay. Oh, almost choked on water. The way that I like to cut this core out of the cauliflower is just do about 4 cuts, and then I kind of angle my knife in around the stem. You don't have to go all the way to the bottom. So we got our 4 cuts, and then all I do is twist it, and then it comes out. There's a little bit of stem to cut out of there, but for the most part, that's all edible. We can eat that. The stem is also a bit sweeter than the florets. We could probably grow persimmons. That one, I don't know. I do know that there are people here that grow pineapples and kiwis as well, and we can grow citrus here. I do not know about persimmons though. So this core of the cauliflower, you can use that as well as just trim up any of the browned parts, and it's just nice and crunchy, but I usually just save it for doggo snacks. So put this piece aside. We'll do our other head of cauliflower next. Boom. Are you okay? Sammy just spiced up his life.
I was gonna say that Cedius is really good on rice.
Oh, that's what got you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all cleaned up, and we should be able to just kind of tear this open a bit now. Now I'm gonna switch to my paring knife. And first we are going to create our little florets, and then we'll come back and chop it up. So just a nice, quick, rough chop at first. It's pretty crazy when you start taking apart cauliflower, cabbage, broccoli. Once you start disassembling it, it looks like so much. Like, look at this. That's all from one compared to this little package from what we started with. It's really deceiving how much food is in there. And because this is a recipe that gets better with time, is we're making some extra so we can eat some tomorrow as well. Done. Now we can switch back to our chef's knife. So we have all these little cauliflower pieces. Just bring this over here, and all I'm gonna do is start from the stem and just come in. I'm gonna do like little chunks like that. And then just chop up the flora into little bite-sized pieces. This is called a spoon salad, so obviously it's served with a spoon, which means, well, you can eat it with a spoon, and it should be easy to eat with a spoon. So there should be no cutting involved here. So yeah, good place to start practicing a little bit of knife skills. And you don't have to be too concerned about keeping everything the same size. You could eat a whole cauliflower? Yeah. It does look nice if you slice it like this as well. Kind of crosswise. And that's the thing, is you never have to feel bad about eating a lot of vegetables. You can fill up on them. Just gonna slice that in half because it's pretty big. Okay, transfer that to our salad bowl. And we keep going. Just keep chopping. Slice that. Just have fun with it as you're cutting it. Obviously, take care of what you're doing. You don't cut yourself. But I like to cut it in all sorts of different shapes. What do you guys feel? Do you like raw cauliflower and broccoli, or do you like it cooked instead? Or you could be the person that absolutely despises it. That's allowed as well. Yeah, the dust. But this salad is really good for using up all of the cauliflower dust. So have no fear, Bonkman. Au gratin and swimming in butter, that is allowed. Yep. Sounds perfect. Or I'm sure we all have some nice fond memories of cauliflower or broccoli with cheese sauce. Yep. Punisher Q, do you guys have the same knife, the Shun? Do you love it just as much as I do? I wish everyone had this knife. It would make their lives better. Yeah, Julia Child taught you well. There you go. prefer it cooked, but raw is okay. Yeah, I think raw cauliflower is, you just want to be sure that you do put lots of good flavor on there, because it can be a bit bland just on its own. That's typically why raw vegetables are served with a dip of sorts. We're almost there. You love the knife, you just need a sharpener. Well, if you're brave enough, I would suggest getting like a Shun whetstone off of Amazon to sharpen it yourself. But if you do not want to overtake that task, just bring it in somewhere. I think it usually costs around $20. Mine's pretty much at that point as well. And it's crazy. I mean, when you do sharpen your knife, you don't realize how dull your knife gets over time until you do sharpen it. It's like, wow, I was cutting with my knife like this for this long? And yeah, this is our main tool in the kitchen, so really important that it is sharp. There we go. Hey, Bujo. Okay, I am gonna rinse the dust though off of my knife and hands, because this, one of my pet peeves for sure. Do not like the feeling of it. This is a Shun Premiere. If you do !knife in chat, you'll pull up the link to it if you want to check it out. Sounds good, Dragon. I hope you have a wonderful day as well. And I will be back on streaming on Twitch next Friday after this. Okay, there we go. Next up. Good one, Nubia. So some aromatics in this dish. There is garlic in the dressing, but we will slice up some shallot, which is really good in here. Just had to check that I had them. I was like, shallot? Yeah, we have a couple still. As well as some chili if you want to spice it up. And then cilantro is our nice fresh herb in here. So I keep my homegrown red chilies in the freezer if I want to use them like fresh, and then I also dry half of them. So for this instance, we'll use 2 of those. So those can just start to thaw as we prep our other things. Yeah, but I'm using the Ras Al Hanout today. And cashews instead of almonds. Are you excited, Sammy? This is Sammy's, one of his favorite salads. Oh, Sammy put a wine in the freezer. There's our garlic. Have I used tarragon for anything else except chicken? Tarragon is really good with mushrooms. So like mushroom soup, delish. Really good with pork as well. That's good. That's too expensive just to chug. I guess it's wine time. Cheers, friends.
Why did you chug it? Drink it.
Oh, that's very crisp. and tasty. You should try that. Yeah, healthy pour. Okay, I'll grab our cashews. We'll toast those up. Woohoo! Oh my gosh. Shinvu is trying to get me to start drinking. Josie, you're trying to grow tarragon, but it never lasts long. Like the plant dies. Blue Milk, yeah, hi. How are you? I hope you are well. It has been a long time. Yeah, tarragon is in Béarnaise, so that's how you switch up your hollandaise. Okay, so I'm just gonna reuse the pan that we were toasting our coriander in earlier because nuts always taste better when we toast them. Let's pour some cashews in. I'm just gonna use all of those up. Might as well. Replenish. We can get some more fresh stuff. Shots. Sonny pours me a glass of wine and he's doing shots. The plane is booked. Josie's coming. Okay, and now I'm just gonna toast those on the stove top. So literally the same way that we toasted the spices is just use your nose and your eyes to watch as it toasts. So they'll start to turn a little bit more golden brown and it'll start to smell nutty. So just a medium heat on the stove top. I find that if you go any higher for toasting your nuts on the stove, is the outside of the nut will burn before it gets fully toasted through. Also, what do you think of Sammy's barber shop deal? He went to the barber shop yesterday. I cleaned him up. The beard is coming back. Yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah.
He's looking more like himself again. Drinks. It's Sunday Fun Day. So I say it every week. Okay, so every couple minutes, just pop back here, give your nuts a little stir, and then we can keep going. So let's get into our shallot. Cheers from Germany. Aw, cheers. Slice this in half, and then we'll peel it. Prost. All of you Germans make me really want to go to Germany. Just saying. It's like, give me an excuse. Give us an excuse to visit Sammy's homeland, the motherland. Okay, so flip this over. It's always easier to cut something on the flat side. And then I like my shallot pieces a bit smaller, so I always cut them in half lengthwise as well. Only going to use half of this because I find that it will be a touch overpowering if we use it all. And that's just because Sam and I are not huge raw onion flavor fans. You're great. Yeah. For once, Sweden is the fun place in Europe. Have you guys not really been affected by the pandemic too much then? Is that why it's fun there still? Okay, so I'm just gonna come into our shallot, do nice thin slices of it. And that way we can distribute all of the flavor everywhere. Bam. And now I just put that right on top for now. And then we'll mix everything together once we got our dressing made. Just gonna pop back here to our cashews. Give them a little toss. The pan has just started to heat up, so nothing changing yet. Prep our garlic. Another one. Okay, I'm not gonna drink it that fast because then my food will start to lack. Actually, so I'm gonna dial this back. Let's do those 2 cloves of garlic, because when we're using raw garlic in something, the flavor is a lot stronger than if we were to cook it. So this is grated in. Be very careful not to overpower. That's kind of the only time you can have too much garlic, is if it's raw. You guys got it, but you didn't close everything. You're doing fine, and you can still go about your business kind of like normal. Nice, yeah. I mean, we're a little bit isolated as well, being on an island, and everyone has done so good that we can also, like, we don't have that much disturbance to our lives. It's getting easier. So for the grated garlic aspect, I mean, once again, I'm gonna go with a microplane. That way we can get it nice and fine. Go, go, go. And so then let's think about when we pour the warm dressing over our garlic and shallot. It'll kind of heat it up a little bit, right? Make it really aromatic. Okay, get that into there. I can smell those cashews, so I'll give those a toss. And then probably babysit them a bit back here. Yep. So, caught them just in time. This is what I mean, guys. If your burner is like too powerful, even on medium heat, it'll start to burn the outside of the nut before it toasts. So that's why I'm tossing it right now. Cool off your nuts. We want an even toast. We don't just want to burn the outside of it. I literally caught those in time. Yeah. If you're worried,
hot,
taste it.
you can't have your nuts too cold.
We're good. But if it tastes bitter, you took it too far. This is not bitter, it just tastes roasty, toasty, and delicious. It's looking good, Josie. Thank you. I think we can slice our chili next. So I'll get a plastic board for that. Sounds good, Josie. Have a great day. Always good to see you. Thanks for everything. Okay, that's where I am stopping. And to keep our nuts from over toasting, same thing as when we toast our spices, so just pour it out of that hot pan. and then they can start to cool off. So that's where I stopped, and then we'll just chop those up in a bit. Okay, time to spice up our lives. Nice thin slices of chili. And this is like a bird's eye chili, or like a little Thai red chili, so they are quite spicy indeed. We're keeping the seeds in and everything. General rule you follow: when you can smell them being toasted, they're done. Yeah, had to learn that the hard way toasting pecans. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we learn the hard way in the kitchen. I use that rule for bacon as well. It's like if you have bacon in the oven and you smell it, it's done. Yeah, Sammy and I literally saying the same thing. No, I'm saying that.
No, me.
No, me. The nuts that have a high fat content are the ones to watch. Yes, yeah, cashews. Super high fat content. You've forgotten about bacon too many times. It's always so sad, right? Okay, cilantro. What am I gonna uncover in here? Should I be scared? This is how I pack my herbs: Ziploc bag and a little towel. And that way it keeps the moisture out of them and helps them not go slimy on us, especially cilantro. It's pretty famous for it. Just gonna take a good bunch like that. Left 3 full-size gastros of cashews in the oven too long, burnt them all binned. Is that not like one of the worst feelings? Especially when you're in a commercial kitchen, when you burn something. Just like, you know, it has no other place than the garbage. For some reason in North America, we call coriander cilantro. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, all nuts are expensive, but cashews are some of the most expensive. That's rough. Okay, so I'm just going to pick through here. Just pick out any pieces that don't look too good. And then I like to use the cilantro stem as well, so we're not going to take that off. I think there's a lot of usable flavor there. Looks good. Okay. It's a little yellowed. It looks okay. It's still like usable. Pick out for sure anything that's like slimy though. Yeah, the seed we still call coriander. So why not just pick one? Yeah, always use a timer, folks. Yeah, I find that you don't really need a timer if you're cooking on the stovetop because you can hear what's going on for the most part. But if you're doing stuff in the oven, is you can't hear and you can't see it, sometimes it sneaks away from you. Right, bunch this all up and then we'll start to finely chop it. That was a good rough chop, and now we can come back, go over it one more time. And then I'm actually gonna leave this aside for now until we pour the warm vinaigrette over this, because I don't wanna wilt the cilantro. I wanna keep it nice and green and fresh. So we'll mix in the vinaigrette into our cauliflower and then we'll add the cilantro to it. Have you ever cooked Vietnamese pho soup? I have not made that on stream. I would love to though, just so you guys know. For sure we can make a pho one day. Boom. It's all about the broth. Yep. Probably would take more than a day to make that, right? That's an overnight one, I would say. Supermarket cilantro is always a bit dodgy. Yeah, sometimes you get really nice stuff. Other times it is not that nice. Okay, yeah, you try and get it from the Asian store. And actually, this was from an Asian market. And this stuff is actually, it's been in the fridge for 2 weeks now. So that is staying really well. Yeah. I think we got 4 bunches for like $2 or something. Usually when it's cheap, it's gonna go bad fast, but this stuff lasted. Okay, toss that aside. Speaking of recipes, you just found this chicken spanakopita recipe you're dying to try. Never made anything with phyllo dough before, so should be interesting. It's really easy cookie. Yeah, phyllo dough is pretty easy to work with. And if you need help, well, you can always go back to my spanakopita VOD. Probably about a month ago now. Okay guys, our warm vinaigrette. It says we need to heat some oil, some Ras El Hanout or garam masala, whatever you have, is, well, we ordered Ras El Hanout when we didn't have it available the first time we made this, so that's what I want to make today. Except this is more like Moroccan, even though we're doing East Indian food. So maybe I will actually keep it with garam masala. Let's save this for a Moroccan day. Hey Curran, how are you? And that way there is garam masala. Actually, I think I kept it down there. In the tandoori chicken marinade as well in the salad. So the spice is repeating itself. And then we need 6 tablespoons worth of grapeseed or canola oil. So get a nice little saucepan. get our oil into there. So that's the base of the vinaigrette. Looking for my little liquid measuring cup. Hello? That's weird. Okay. Okay, friends. Things are great here. Is we're getting through prep pretty quickly. Should start cooking the chicken relatively soon. 3, bless you. 4, 5, 6. So we will toast the spice in the oil over medium-high heat until it's fragrant. So about 2 minutes, it says. Let's add our spice mix. So I'm gonna do a tablespoon of this. Just measure it into my hand. And whenever we toast a spice in oil, we will get better flavor. Jason Sipe, thank you for the host, dude. That is much appreciated. And then the rest of our acid, so vinaigrettes, oil, and acid is the base of any type of dressing. So we do a mixture of fresh lemon juice and white wine vinegar, and then it gets sweetened with a bit of honey. So good. Apple. So we have our other half lemon here that we're gonna juice. And I found that last time when we were making this dressing, it was really handy having all of the liquids ready because the spices toast really quick, and then I think it's smart that we add the liquid in right away so we kind of stop it from toasting so we don't over toast it. So have all of your other liquids ready for the vinaigrette to add in right away. So it's 2 tablespoons each of fresh lemon juice and white wine vinegar. Just gonna do this whole half lemon. Should get a couple tablespoons worth. There we go. We'll grab our honey out. Big old bottle. Hope I have a fun May 4th. Aw, thank you. Be making a blue milk cocktail. Nice. Have a wonderful day. Yeah, sadly I will be working, so no May 4th Star Wars stream tomorrow. No! Okay, let's start heating up our oil. We can take away our nut toasting pan. Turn our little sauce pot onto medium-high heat. And then we will watch that nice and closely. Remember, when it gets fragrant, we're good to go. I'm actually gonna check on our chicken, see how it's marinating back here. Looking good. And the only other thing we need to add into our salad still is the dates and the nuts. We have everything else we need. Cooking koalas, good to see you. How have things been? So give this a swirl as it starts to heat up. I'm gonna put the garlic and ginger away. One more swirl. Just starting to get fragrant. So keep an eye on that. You're fine for the most part. You made a new recipe. Oh, what's that? What kind of new recipe? I'm intrigued. Blueberry balsamic chicken with a mint and celery garnish. Sweet potatoes with sweet Italian sausage mixed with fresh basil and mozzarella balls. Southern fried apples. What? That is some stuff. So many different flavors. It was interesting. It was edible. It goes down savory with a sweet aftertaste. Yeah, sweet and savory. Very popular. And our palates love those flavors, right? That's why they go together so well. Hi, Dust. Good to see you today. I hope things are good. Get our garam masala back up there. What have you been up to all day? So our oil is starting to bubble. I'm gonna keep this swirling. You just took a nap. Nice. Never a bad time to get extra sleep. Sleep is life. I'm just carefully watching this and smelling it as it cooks. We're getting close. Hey, Becca Bugs. How's the weekend been? You felt like you never made enough though, but you did make enough for 2 meals. Well, that's better than making just enough for 1. Okay, I'm starting to see a little bit of wispy smoke come off of our oil and spice. So that's my sign to take it off of the heat before we take it too far. Because that's gonna hold a lot of heat still in the pot. We'll pop that there. I like to let it cool off a couple seconds because hot oil and liquid, not a good combination, is you might get some oil splatter. So just keep this swirling for about a minute and then we'll go in. Just minimize our risk of burns. And this is just so good smelling. Spring cleanups and archery. Nice. That's really cool. Yeah, actually, Sam's dad runs the archery club where they live. So did a little bit of dabbling with a bow and arrow when we went and visited, but it seems like really fun. Okay, I'm going in. This is gonna bubble a bit, so just be warned. And now we can add our honey to melt that in. I'm gonna go with 2 teaspoons. There's none where you live. Aw, that sucks. Dissolve our honey throughout. It's like really sweet and acidic and like spicy smelling right now. Strong vinaigrette flavor. And then the only other thing that is not directed in this recipe is some salt. Very important to be able to season the vegetables enough. I think that's a big one that a lot of people don't do. And that's why they don't love eating vegetables, is it always tastes so bland. So I'm gonna do a good teaspoon of salt just right into the warm vinaigrette so it can also dissolve in there. And then we'll pour it over the cauliflower. We should also taste it before we pour it over the vegetables. That looks like it's pretty evenly mixed. A little bit in my spoon. I think we need a bit more vinegar. You guys like my tasting sounds? And a touch more honey. I think we just had a bit too much oil, it was dulling down the other flavors. This is clearing the sinuses. Okay. We have our chopped up cauliflower, thinly sliced shallot, grated garlic, and sliced chili. Our warm vinaigrette. Pour that over top. Like that. Hey, tacked out. How's the day? And then we come in, start mixing that up. Try and distribute all of that grated garlic and chili and shallot around. And that way it can marinate a bit while we chop up the fruit and nuts. See the bottom. There's no extra dressing, so that's really good. It means the cauliflower is soaking everything in. Just gonna sneak a little piece. Mmm. Delicious. Our chopped up cilantro, that can go in now. I love the raw garlic smell. So good. I think it will need a bit more salt still. Yeah, this is one of my new favorite healthy recipes. Let's chop up our almost 2 toasted cashews. You thought they were burnt lima beans? Yeah, Kate, what are you doing? Okay, so just a rough chop. I mean, lucky for us is we are chopping this up, so no one should really be able to pick out where we over toasted it a bit. And, well, you just gotta sell it if they do question it. It's like, did you over toast your nuts? No? I don't know what you're talking about. That's what the recipe said. Yum. Yeah, caramelized. Exactly, cookie. Slightly charred. You just have to be really descriptive. Our pitted dates. These aren't even medjool, so these are like the low end quality of dates. You don't need anything fancy here. You're more than welcome to use medjools because they're so delicious. So I'm gonna do a cup of dates chopped. Is that me?
Me.
Okay. Who needs a fancy date? Beer and Netflix. Yeah, Netflix and chill, Trev. We don't need no fancy dates here. Dates, nuts, cauliflowers, walnuts. What is happening? I don't know. I thought maybe it was my sound because I heard this static coming from like Sam's side. I was like, please don't be blasting everyone's ears right now. So I'm just slicing the dates in half lengthwise and then coming back and chopping them up. You can choose how big of date chunks and nut chunks that you guys want. And after this, I think we're gonna get ready to start grilling. The chicken and the rice today should take around the same amount of time to cook. So that's why it was really important for us to get the salad done first. Dates are actually a great sugar substitute for a lot of things. Yeah, a healthier version, right? Really good in smoothies, yeah. Date and nut smoothie. It's good in oats too. Dates are just like all around good versatile food. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Okay, just gonna rinse that sticky stuff off of the knife. And now we can mix that in. The smell coming off of this, so good. This is a pretty well balanced like vegetarian dish, especially with the fruit and nuts in it. I would recommend it for any vegetarian. And well, even if you eat meat too, it is tasty. That is all mixed in. Oh, thank you. Shinvu, don't let me forget about my wine. Ooh, nice. Yeah, your father-in-law was born in Iraq. He would just eat dates like candy. That's where they're from, right? They're so good over there. Hey, one taste test. Try and get a little bit of everything in a spoonful. I think we just need a bit of salt.
It smells incredible.
Just getting the sweetness of the dates. So there you go. Lord knows that's the answer to your question, is they are dates, but I think raisins would be just as good. Switch it out. All different kinds of fruits and nuts, dried apricots, prunes maybe.
Everyone's helping you drink your wine.
Just trying to get Kate drunk today. Do it again. I mean, typically that drink redemption is not used for alcohol, but every now and then we can have fun. Yeah, currants, that's a good one too. Okay, let's see. I think we should let this sit and then come back to it in a little bit because it's gonna change in flavor in that time. Okay, 30 seconds, guys. Sorry, friends. You guys keep making me drink all these beverages. Dates wrapped in bacon is so delicious. Is that angels on horseback or devils on horseback? Okay, this is going into the fridge so it can stay nice and crisp and fresh. And then I'm actually gonna take our chicken out. Oh. Switch out the salad for the chicken. This is what we got. So we vacuum sealed the chicken with the marinade today, just to kind of fast track it. A couple different cuts of chicken in here. And I'm gonna take that out now. We are going to start at the grill, I think. And then the grill will take about 15 to 20 minutes to heat up the charcoal. And then the chicken will take, this big piece for sure, around 15 to 20 minutes. It's not muted. What are you talking about? Okay, thanks. I was like, please only say that if it is muted, because I looked at my thing. I was like, no, I can see that I'm still talking. Okay, so 15-minute kind of heat up on the grill, and then 15-minute cook on the chicken. So we know we have about half an hour to get the chicken done. And a guideline for cooking rice is we're cooking it on the stovetop today. It usually takes me about 20 minutes. Yeah, you're the one that's still muted. Sometimes that happens to you guys too. And now I can just laugh at you. Hee hee hee. It's fine. Yeah, this means it's a space chicken, people. So let's leave this in the bag in the marinade as long as possible. Another reason I took this out is to let the chicken kind of start come up to a room temperature, and we get a more even cook that way, especially on something like a grill where it's a lot of hot heat from only one side. So let your meat warm up a bit, and that way it's not going to be ice cold, going to be dry on the outside before the inside is cooked. I think it's all set up out there properly for us. Let us see. Look at what Sammy did. He's like, oh, Kate, just perfectly set up for you. Here you go. There's your charcoal. Good luck. Okay, so my phone is the camera out there right now, so I don't currently have a chat to read off of, but I am going to be popping outside, show you guys how to start the grill. Maybe Sammy will come out with us and read what you guys are saying. Is the charcoal in the grill?
You might have to put some more into the grill.
Can you please guide me on how much I should put? Since this is only my second time doing this. So this charcoal is a bit more expensive because it's extra large chunks, or it usually is. It's called Jealous Devil, but I see that Sam actually switched this out and he poured a lot of the smaller pieces in here because they cook well on the smaller egg, is they can burn up quicker. Open that guy up. You don't want to get your hands dirty.
Glove right there.
Put a glove on. And we'll take the grill grate out so that we can fill it up with charcoal. You use a glove to stir around the charcoal too?
Yeah, I did that part of it already. All you have to do is add more charcoal.
Okay. So we're just looking for a nice base
Yeah, you just want nice
of charcoal in the bottom here. So I put a nice big chunk, it's about like that, right under the center part. I think that'll give us a nice even heat from the center out. And then I can kind of come in with these smaller chunks and just lay them around the side. And then I think we'll try and get the camera view kind of into here so you guys can watch me as I laid it.
That's it?
I think that's it.
Okay.
I don't know, take a look. I'm just taking directions from the pit master right now. Now we got this guy. So Luft lighter, This is basically a very powerful hair dryer or heat gun, whatever you want to call it. So we have an element at the bottom that pumps out really hot air, and that is how we light our charcoal, and that way we don't have to buy fire starters. But I think we should move the view into the Mini Max if possible.
I'll take my shoes so I can walk around in the wet. Just pavement out here. So you can have yours.
Is that a weapon? Holy shnikes. Yeah, we got 3 of them. We got some poop blowing in here. Okay, so this thing is really simple. All I have to do is just press this little button here, and we want to touch the charcoal with the element. Oh, yeah, here comes the rain. Good timing, Kate. Grilling in the rain. That's why we have a gazebo. Rainforest life. I'm actually gonna go this side. I'm gonna need a sweater. And I should open this. Thanks, Sammy. Okay, we're starting. It takes a bit for the big chunk. I'm in.
Can you get your arm in there? No, you're good.
Thank you. But then once we see sparks, is we just keep going from there. But I think it's really smart to light this big guy. And maybe even if we light a couple sides. So I'll go on this side. I'm kind of pulling away as I see the charcoal light. So I'm gonna sneak that one in for me. And then we'll move those little guys over and around.
You can, yeah. But I like the big guy faster.
It's so much fun. So you can kind of pull away and spread the fire. Obviously more air, right? And get it really rocking. Sammy's adding a bit more. You can tell him maybe I didn't have quite enough. Yes. So now, should we just close it and then we'll come and spread around the coals?
Just close it and we should.
Okay.
That's it.
Put the sparks out if they do come out.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we will come take a look at this in 15 minutes. We're not gauging a temperature per se, but we are going to be looking at the coals. Yeah, what a time to grill the chicken.
You didn't ask for my shoes.
You should have just asked.
I was waiting.
Okay, we're all started up. Yeah, Dust uses the most basic way to start a fire. Newspaper, and matches. Yeah, this thing is so nice. That's the thing, is you don't mess with the starter fluid, which can make your food taste bad, or the chimneys or newspaper, nothing like that. So we're just using, obviously, electricity. So it could be bad for those times that we do lose power here. So we do have a couple organic fire starters just hidden away, just in case. Mr. Jingles, good to see you. You use Weber wax blocks. I don't think I've ever seen those. Okay, so let's start on our rice. I believe I have a jasmine rice today, but if you wanted to be very authentic East Indian, you would buy a basmati rice. And I usually only cook a cup of rice for Sam and I. They're just called starter cubes, but they're made out of wax and light, just like candles. Oh, that's cool. So 1 cup of rice, which means we will need 2 cups of water. And then we are flavoring our rice with some saffron today. So it's also gonna go a really nice yellow color. Spiker, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
There was no warning for that rain.
Yeah, I am glad that our grills are covered, because I would not be grilling right now. Yeah, yay, saffron. So I got my rice measured out. Let's grab our saffron.
Just grilling in the rain. Just grilling in the rain. Oh.
Best before end of 2023. That lasts a long time. So this is what we're looking for. Is we want our saffron to be from Spain. 100% pure. There are some imposters. There's a different type of plant where they get like kind of a fake saffron from, where it doesn't give any flavor, but it does give the color. So what saffron is it's the pistil from a flower. And I think you can only get like 3 or something per flower. We've gone over it before. I want to go over it again, so I'm gonna look it up for us. So saffron, a spice derived from the flower of crocus. So if you guys know what crocuses are, the vivid crimson, stigma. Stigma and style. So that is where we get our saffron threads from. So it's a little red stigma. It's collected and dried for use mainly as a seasoning and coloring agent in food. And it's used a lot in East Indian, Middle Eastern cuisines. And yeah, no wonder why it's so expensive, right? So each flower has 3 of those little stigmas. So think about how many flowers this has been picked from. That's why it's so expensive. Its recorded history is attested in a 7th century BC botanical treatise. I think I said that word right. And this spice has been traded and used for over thousands of years. So in the 21st century, Iran produces some 90% of the world total for saffron. The cost, $5,000 per kilo. $5,000 per kilo. Yeah, time to grow some crocus. Let's get rich. But who's gonna pick all the little stigmas out? So that's our little saffron info for today, guys. So that is why they say we usually only need just a little pinch of this, and that is true. And I know because this stuff is getting a little bit on the older side, is what, I only have 3 more years before it's expired, but I'd rather use it before that. There in Brazil, it's really expensive. I don't recall what I paid for this. I've had it for a few years now. But yeah, just a pinch of that. And then, so the flavor, because this is from a flower, is you do get a floral flavor from it. It's nice and light. It's not like a heavy kind of rose or a lavender floral flavor. And then we will get such nice color, is our rice will go bright, bright yellow from this. So let's just say if we wanted a nice yellow rice and we couldn't afford saffron, well, a little bit of turmeric could also do the trick. Is this a Spanish dish? It is not. This is an East Indian dish. Yeah, very little turmeric then. Yeah, I was just saying that if you couldn't afford saffron, turmeric would do your trick for yellowing your rice. Okay, I'm going to measure out our water. Yeah, you don't want the turmeric taste. Like less than a teaspoon, right? And I should have just used the pot that we made our vinaigrette in, but that's okay. We'll dirty one more. And it's a good idea to get the rice going ahead of time, especially if you are grilling your chicken outside. We don't want to be watching the rice and the chicken running back and forth the whole time. So I would love to have this cooked and just sitting warm on the stovetop, and then we can go focus on the chicken outside.
Grill's just getting to 350 now.
Okay, so I am putting this on a medium-high heat on the stovetop, and I start with my rice kernels in the pot. And we do a dry toast. Now we can fill our 2 cups of water. And then we will toast that for less than 5 minutes, and we'll stir it every now and then. Is doing rice, this method is, it is an East Indian way, and this is how we get nice fluffy rice kernels. It's not gonna be sticky and mushy. Also get a little bit nuttier flavor this way. Toasting things concentrates the flavor. And then we know that our rice is toasting up when it starts to turn more white and opaque than translucent, is where we start with the kernels. We have barely made any dishes today. I'm really excited. It's important to keep stirring the rice so we toast it nice and evenly. That's why I don't pre-wash the rice for toasting. Yeah. Everyone is always really confused why I don't rinse my rice and how it always comes out really fluffy. This is the method we use, and then this rice is boiled. It's not just simmered. And I only learned this way of making rice from trying to figure out how Indian spots for takeaway that we would always get, how they could always get their rice so nice and light and fluffy with all the separate kernels. So this is what they do. You toast it and then you boil it. And I don't do my rice any other way now. In Brazil, you only find fake saffron. Oh no, it's very difficult to buy like a proper saffron pistil. I wonder why that is. Yeah, and then in that case, like that's a waste of money on the consumer's end. And that's also sad that that is able to happen in the world. Is why are we allowed to sell fake saffron? I feel like we should only be allowed to give everyone the real stuff. Okay, I'm going to get a plate or two out for our chicken. Then we can take it out of the marinade in a bit. We are almost there. Once it looks like at least half of the rice kernels have been toasted, that's when we can add in our water and the pinch of saffron. So we boil the saffron in with the rice, and that's how the color gets distributed. Okay, that looks great to me. When we add our water, we should have a nice sizzle. Turn that up to a higher heat now. Doing my pinch of saffron. So I took about a quarter of what's there and then just sprinkle that over the water. And then you'll start to see the yellow come out right away. I think that's more than enough. And then all I'm gonna do to bring this up, just to put the lid on it for now. And then once it starts boiling, we'll kind of pop that lid halfway off. Yeah, you need to find someone that imports the saffron from Spain. And that's why I showed you guys the label and what it says on there. Here it's sold, saffron is sold as turmeric. What? Okay, so look guys, see how it's getting more yellow already? It's pretty magical. What's my ratio of white rice to water? 1 cup of rice, 2 cups of water. Simple as that. Just starting to boil. Let it go a bit more. Okay, now I got a good amount of steam coming out of my little hole here. So I'm just going to show you guys what it looks like as well first. So that is bubbling away. I'm just gonna pop the lid off of there a bit. And we are keeping that on medium-high heat. This should take about 10 minutes to cook on the stovetop like that. Now you can come back over to the cutting board and prep our chicken for the grill. Water should always be double the rice portion, yeah. And then if you're using like a short grain rice, you do need a bit more water as well. Spiker, you're a huge fan of using a rice cooker over a pot. Do I care either way? I would rather cook my rice in a pot, as I don't have a rice cooker in my house. So I find that this is just as easy for me. This is trying to cook up here. Yeah, unless I'm making like a lot of sushi or something, I don't find the need for a rice cooker. At least not for me, as I'm more than comfortable cooking my rice just on the stovetop. Okay, I am going to just put a paper towel on the bottom here. We do want to keep the marinade on the chicken, but we just don't want it too wet because we might have a flare up on the grill. There's more than one method. You can steam rice, you can use the absorption method, or you can also boil it to doneness and then drain in a colander. Yeah, there's so many ways. Steaming rice is actually a really nice way to make it. This thing is going nuts back here. I'm gonna lose it. Okay, I'm gonna turn this down just a touch. Every time I walk away, all I hear is behind me. Can you not? Okay, check this out. That's what our chicken looks like in the bag. Wow, still? No, it's just cooking now. Let's see what we got. Hi, Vune. Yeah, we're eating paper towels today. Oh, almost lost it. Okay, there's our chicken breast. I do want to keep the marinade like on the skin side. We got a little thigh here. Sammy's outside. He's checking on the grill. Chimkin soaked in spices. Yeah. We put this in the fridge at 12:45. So it's almost been a couple hours. Sam just let me know that the grill is looking good.
I said you were looking good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So this is a yogurt-based marinade. It looks, well, I'm gonna be honest, it kind of looks like baby poop. But it's really tasty. It's gonna be awesome on the grill. This is one of these dishes that has been made for a long, long time. Basically, anytime we have meat cooked over fire, well, it's been made since like the caveman times. This is good on a grill. Yeah, are you talking about the food, the baby poop, or the baby? All of the above. Yeah, look away from 1 second and we got this really terrible looking chicken. Mmm, tasty. Okay. Just checking on our rice real quick. So I want to show you guys how this is looking because we're about, well, halfway there. So I'll try and hold that up without it being too steamy. So you can kind of see those little air pockets in between the rice kernels. That's how you know you're making a proper East Indian rice. So that's gonna keep cooking for probably 5 more minutes. I think it is a perfect time for us to go outside. Yeah, maybe we like that. Right, I need some tongs. Check on our coals. Oh, stopped raining again. Now it's beautiful out. So careful opening this guy. Give it a little burp is what we call. There we go. Take a look at those coals and yeah, it looks really nice and even. So just have to clean off the grill grate. I'm actually gonna turn this towards me. thing we cooked on here was our pork bulgogi. So something that was pretty sugary. So that's why we got a little bit of stuff to scrape off. And we do want that nice and clean before we put anything else on there. Okay, fire does look really nice and even, so I'm gonna start with the biggest piece right in the center, because it's gonna take the longest to cook, is this chicken breast and back. Probably close to about half an hour, I'm gonna say. So skin side down to start. Get that sizzle right away. Just watch for any flare-ups. And then we have our little chicken thighs that we're going to place around. Should have actually moved that one over. It's not too late. Or you can fit this big guy. Beauty. So we will have to close this up and kind of treat it like an oven for a little bit, especially because the chicken is bone-in. Hashtag team bone-in. And then we can get a nice even cook, get a little bit of steam happening. Otherwise, this will take quite a long time. And I got my other clean plate here, ready to go with our tongs. I'm back. Sounds like the rice is done. Oh yeah. Okay, turn that off. Hear those sizzles, guys? So all of the water's been cooked out. Take that off of the heat and put a lid on it. And then that will steam up for us. The rice is done, chicken is on. I think in this little bit of time that we have, I will set a 5-minute timer just so we can keep an eye on the chicken. I think we'll make a little creamy cucumber dip. So something that is similar to a tzatziki, but it's called raita in East Indian cuisine. So yogurt, cucumber, put a little bit of dill, some chives, and it's really good for dipping all sorts of stuff. Burp the baby. Yeah, exactly, Scaramouche. You know the drill. Grab some more yogurt out. Yeah, raita. So good. And it's fun to say. Raita. Just gonna pop outside for 1 sec. Just have to adjust how I had the top of the grill. Just open it a bit more. Go, oh, might as well grab some dill while I'm out here. And a little bit of mint. dun. Yeah, dill-ish. This is the dill that I have to use. That's what I got in the garden. It's like this big still. I sacrificed some of it. So dill and mint, cucumber, yogurt, some salt and pepper, maybe a little bit of like either lemon juice or white wine vinegar. Really good. And this is another sauce that gets better as it sits. So it would have been better if we made it a bit earlier today. But I wasn't sure if we would have time, so I saved it till the end. But it will be delicious tomorrow. Dill-icious. Dill is the only herb you've ever had trouble growing. Ah, actually requires a heck of a lot of sunlight, yes. And then it's also an herb that likes to go to seed basically right away when you plant it. There's no stopping that. Okay, just gonna take some of this plastic up. I'm not gonna cut any cucumber off of this, so it'll be a bit hard to grate, but I will be using our grater. Just gonna kind of like hold that over the bowl and just grate a little bit of fresh cucumber in. Oh, missing the bowl. She might know how to cook, but she cannot aim. So choose how much or how little cucumber you want in here. Keep in mind that something watery like this, well, it's gonna water down your sauce a bit too. So sometimes people like to actually scrape out the seed before they start grating. And we're gonna go pop outside again. Our timer is just about to go off. Let's go see how our grill is doing. Scaramouche, I love that. Oh, I see some smoke happening. Run, Kate. Do we have a flare up? I'll be so sad. Okay, burp it. Nope, no flare up. Just happy charred pieces of chicken. So these little guys we can definitely flip. They'll cook really quick. If it feels like the chicken does not want to flip over yet, that's a sign that, well, it's not quite ready. So don't try and rush it. Move that there. How's our chicken breast? Oh, that got like the darkest. So maybe that's why sometimes they take the skin off. Like this, I'll be peeling that off. But I think it's still smart that we cooked it with the skin on because it'll keep it more moist. I also am not loving how this little flame is coming up here. I don't want any flare up. So let's get this closed. And then I will keep the lid there. And then just close that a touch. A little less oxygen to the fire. And then we'll come back in a couple more minutes. Yeah, run! It's always scary when you see like smoke pouring out of the grill. You're like, no! Yeah, thighs cook so quick. And I mean, those are so small. You do hear Doggo. She snuck in here. Okay, so we have our cucumber grated in to our yogurt so far. Let's mix this in. See what kind of consistency we got on our sauce. I think that actually looks perfect. So this gives like a nice cooling effect. Now let's chop up our herbs. Pick this nice mint off of the stem. Just cut those dill stems off. Just finely chop this. That way we get the most flavor out of it, since we don't have that much. Yeah, dill, mint, parsley, chives. What else? A bit of oregano could be good in this, but then you're going to more towards a like Greek tzatziki sauce if you go with oregano. So fold up our mint. Chop that. And then we're going back outside again. I think we gotta keep a good eye on that stuff. So, back out. Smells so yummy too. Okay, so it was up to 400 the last time I came out here. Now it's at like 375, so that's good. Yeah, the coals have calmed down a bit. How's this guy? Feeling nice and juicy. Those guys are probably done. This one, a little bit more. This guy we can go for the flip now. It's cooking up so nice back here. And our breast for sure needs a lot longer, but we'll cook it that bone side down. Yeah, these guys back here a bit more. Open this up. This little nugget definitely done, so we'll take that off. The skin is so nice and crispy too. And I think we'll move this bigger guy to the front. It looks like there's more coals over here. And yeah, this one just needs about a minute more. So we'll close that back up. First piece done. Just washing my hands. Random question, can you do a half and half marinade? Yeah, what do you mean? Like if you put things on skewers, marinate half of it for a few hours and then flip it over, marinate it with a different sauce? I don't know. I've never done it, so I cannot inform you of what's gonna happen, but you might get like some layering of flavors. Just make sure that, well, your first half of the marinade complements the second half of the marinade. So don't try and put too many different flavors together. Okay, let's mix our herbs into here. Oh, I think I still want to grab the chives. So I'll go snip those quick. Birdies are so happy. Yeah, if the flavors are complementary, just put them all together at first. I think so as well. I think that's your best bet. Okay, so I grabbed some of my garlicky chives. They're just a little bit more flat. Just finely chop those and then do a drop of acid into here. We're doing drops of acid? Just need a bit of acid into the sauce to balance it. Salt and pepper, and then I think we're good. Yeah, Sunday fun day indeed. Thought you guys would like that one. That's why you always think before you say something. Our happy accidents, right? Pepper. I like quite a bit in my yogurt sauces. Yeah, that's what Bob Ross tells us. Half a teaspoon of salt. Drop of white wine vinegar, a teaspoon. Mix that up, and then we're going back out. So we just have to keep our eye on the chicken now. Probably be able to plate up before that breast is even done. Give this a taste. Just needs a bit more salt when we come back in. Do I ever use white pepper? Yeah, I've been using white pepper a lot when I've been making Chinese dishes. And that's a spice I buy whole. So I buy the whole white peppercorns. Burp this guy. And then I only smash them up in my mortar and pestle when I need them. Because I find that white pepper is kind of hit or miss. Okay, so just feeling that little guy. It feels perfect. How's this? And this. If you're unsure, we can go quickly grab a thermometer right now. Our chicken should be cooked to 145 Fahrenheit minimum internal temp. And that's how we keep it really nice and juicy. Let's check this guy. Go right by the bone, because that's where it takes the longest to cook. So this is at 136. 150, that's good. This one, 150, that's good. I'm gonna try and cook that a bit more on the skin side down, and then we'll just temp our breast. It actually feels like it's pretty close. Ah! Oh, that's at 1:15 still, so we have a ways to go. And that's a bigger piece of meat, so I kind of expected that. But this guy, I think I'll just sit out here while we finish it off. And then we'll just leave the chicken breast go a little bit longer. Just gonna wash my hands. Yum. Yeah, I'm starting to see those juices cook out. Clear juices. Gonna close that for a sec. Just so we don't get those coals going too crazy. Taking a look in the garden, it's looking good. Okay, burp it. Burp the baby. The baby egg. This guy we will let rest out. And the chicken breast we'll just pull to the middle. Close down the bottom a touch. We're gonna close the top. And the bottom. Sam says 3 minutes and that should steam and finish cooking like that. So we have shut off all of the fuel from the fire and we're just cooking it with the residual heat. Come inside, we have, look at that beautiful grilled chicken. Ooh wee. The juices? We just have to finish off our raita. Yeah, big green egg tandoor hype. Glad you made it back in time, Hoju. Okay, so I said this just needed a bit more salt. Yeah, really good color on the chicken. It's always a bit tricky grilling right over charcoal because you do always have that risk of flare up, especially with something like chicken. When you leave the skin on is when that fat starts to drip over the flame. So you do have to keep an eye on it, but it's really not that bad. Okay, give that one more taste. That just brought out like all of the herb flavors. Just that touch more of salt. Okay, cucumber and yogurt are going back into the fridge. Our cauliflower salad can come out. Getting ready to plate up. Get our healthy veggies. Give that one more toss. Yum. You've never had dates before. I adore dates. I love dates like so much. Their sweetness is so natural. Like this is one of my favorite kind of sugary things, even just to snack on. So it's like similar to a raisin for sure. It's like chewy and gooey, definitely sweet. Yeah, this is a very tasty salad. All right, we have our chicken rested up. I'm gonna take, I think, those two right here for presentation. It looks so good. Let's not forget about our chicken breast as well. Should be done, Sam. And then we have our saffron rice. So it's all fluffed up now. Should be able to mix it up. Nothing is stuck to the bottom of the pot. So that's good. Gonna go grab that chicken breast real quick. It needs its own bowl. Yep. Like, even though this skin is burnt to crap, it smells so good still. And I think it was really smart of us to keep the skin, especially on the chicken breast, something more lean. I'd rather, like I said, burn the heck out of that skin, keep the chicken underneath moist, and then just take the skin off afterwards. Okay, let's make our little plate up. Try coating dates in dried coconut. Oh my goodness. I've seen those in the store, those little like Persian snacks. So easy just to do it on your own though, right? Whoa. Camera's really going for it. Okay, I'm gonna switch this a bit. It's like, what are we doing, Kate? Put our chicken there, sauce there. I think that's better for our plate up. And then I'm going to do a bed of rice first. Shiggity, I think it turned out so well. I won't know until I try it though. So really simple plate up today, just a couple piles of stuff on the plate. Here you go, Sammy. Spoonful of that cauliflower spoon salad. And then come over, I'm just gonna plate with my hands. Pop that on there. Pop that beauty on there. Yeah, his beard grows back super quick. Sammy the man. And then I think we'll just go with a little dollop of our raita. Actually, I'll put it over by our chicken here. Just kind of hide it underneath. Like that. Simple as that, guys. I don't think the rice needs like any garnish. I think we have a ton of flavor in here just on its own. Yeah, I thought that was a bear. Now I can go grab my phone, take a photo, because we're done out there. Dun, na, na, na. Thanks. You always eat the raita on your rice. Wife says people would frown on you in India. Is it only supposed to be for the meat? The raita? I would mix it in with like a little bit of everything usually. It's good all together. Okay, I think we got that photo for the gram. Yes, this looks very lovely today, friends. Yep. Cannot wait to eat this. Sammy, what you think?
It's really good. Chicken's on point.
Oh, you had some of it already? Chicken's on point, good cook. How's the salt on it?
Good.
Perfect. Excuse me. She's vegetarian, but she said no one eats it on the rice. Okay, word. I'm gonna get into this salad. Good with broccoli, good with cauliflower. It's more crunchy with cauliflower.
Mm-hmm.
I like the cashews. This is like our spicy aspect right here. This is where I would spice things up. Let's try our rice. Fluffy. To me, the saffron doesn't really taste like much. It just looks beautiful. And if you want an even deeper color, put more in. Hello, Liz. Yeah, welcome back from your shower. Wow, New York still has water? So good to see you. I hope you have been well through all of this, whatever is happening there. I hope you are well, and I'm glad you still got water to use. Guys, Liz is like one of the OGs from way back when. And so when I first started streaming, I would always be streaming when she would like get home from work, and she'd always go in the shower. And so we always bug her that she uses up all the water. Okay, I want to get into this part of the chicken. It looks so juicy and crispy and charred. Oh, I'm getting into it. The juices. Now do you see it dripping? Yeah, when you have to pull your plate under because of the drips. 3 years. 2 years and 21 hours? How has it been that long? Yeah, do not be afraid of that bit of char. That's the char we want. The char on the chicken breast is a bit too far. So don't take your char too far. I'm gonna go in for another bite. Like the chicken skin is so crunchy and like roasty tasting. None of the spices overpower each other. Just perfect. Yeah, the caramelization. Your message was held for Maud Bonkman for slicing the breast. Slice the breast up a bit, spread the char love around. Ah, that's true. It's like, come on. Okay, actually, let's try and get a bit of chicken with some of the raita. Sammy's already crushed his dish.
Yum.
Oh. That just puts it at a whole nother level. Eating the chicken with the creamy sauce.
8.5 out of 10.
An 8.5 out of 10 is Sammy's rating. I wasn't aware that we were doing dish ratings out of 10. Oh no, what have we started? Okay, this is super yum, guys. I hope that, well, at least one of you makes this.
12 out of 10.
Yeah, Sam's dad telling him that he eats too fast. See? I'm sure you already knew that one though, Chuck. Okay, friends. That is it for the week. You know me. I don't usually crush my entire dish with you guys on stream, as I like to go afterwards and enjoy it. I don't know. I don't like talking and eating. It's my thing.
Yeah, neither do I.
Thanks, guys. Looks like a 9.6. Add more sauce for a perfect 10. Yes, we marinated the chicken, but only for 2 hours, and we already got that much flavor off of it. So imagine if you went overnight, which I would recommend.
Much better.
Yeah, we can't be staring at this dish forever, right? Yeah, Sam gets to cook the same dish and I'll rate it. Yeah, what a good menu this weekend. What did we do even Friday? I lose track.
Pork ragu.
Oh, yeah. So Friday stream, pork ragu with creamy polenta, unreal recipe, pretty simple for sure. That's a good one if you have some time at home.
Then lasagna.
And then yesterday we did lasagna on stream, so check that VODO, and today we did Indian food. So good. So I have a couple of channel point redemptions with your guys' 50,000 Twitch channel points for watching the stream. If you guys don't know what that is, that's on the bottom left of your chat screen there. And if you scroll down, I have an option there for a meal request, if you so desire. You're missing seeing all the beard crumbs. Yeah, all the stuff that gets like stuck in there. Oh man.
We'll be back soon enough.
Yeah, it's coming back. Don't even worry, guys. So I don't have anything planned yet for the week, so stay tuned for that. I usually have it posted on either Wednesday or Thursday for sure before we're back on Friday.
They're all coming up already.
And who are we gonna go raid today? Fa next time, yeah. I don't know why my commands aren't working today on my keyboard. Interesting. We should do a fa, especially before like summer hits us and it gets too hot out for me to want to make a soup inside. If you guys have recommendations for a raid, let me know as well. I'm more than happy to do that for you. 4 hours. Okay, yeah, we shaved an hour off. So yeah, we spent 14 hours together this weekend, friends. Wow. It's Twitch, you think? Okay. Well, it's either gonna be Twitch or Stream Elements, right? Thanks, Tacked Out, for letting me know though. That does help. Who do we have to blame for this? Can you just raid yourself? That was good. Yeah, are you able to raid yourself? Are we feeling like another food stream? We have Cosmic Cat. She's making some burgers. Burgers and homemade brioche buns. I think so. We haven't not gone to see her in a bit. Cosmic Cat. Also, she's Canadian, so can't go wrong with that one. Okay, I will get that set up. Do a show of catching a fish or crabs and then cooking them? Yes. Yes. Pretty soon here we should be able to get out fishing again, as they kind of put some restrictions down where we couldn't do that for a bit. But hopefully now that they started to reopen the parks and stuff here, is we might be able to go crabbing with you guys. Okay, I hit that button. We're getting ready for the raid, going to spread the love on Twitch. Another food and drink streamer, also a Canadian. Believe she is in the province where Sam grew up, so in Ontario, other side of Canada. Awesome streamer as well. So thank you guys for everything today. I hope I inspired you to make yourself some delicious food, or make someone else some delicious food, because it's always nice to share. Yeah, closer to you, exactly. Thank you guys so much for all the support, whether it's biddies just showing up to watch, even if you're a lurker, that still counts. So thanks for everything. And I cannot wait to see you guys on Friday. I will let you know what I choose for a menu. night, friends. Stay safe and healthy out there. And pop into Discord or message me on Twitch if you need anything. We're always around. Okay, bye. Love you guys. Yeah, have a good week, friends. We'll miss ya, and we'll see you soon.